the Welsh Local Government Association. So let me welcome our witnesses then. Councillor Andrew Morgan, leader of Rhondda Cynon Taf County Borough Council and leader of the Welsh Local Government Association. Anthony Hunt, leader of Torfaen County Borough Council. Councillor Llwynos Medi, leader of Anglesey County Council. Christina Harry, Chief Executive of Caerphilly County Borough Council. And Chris Llewellyn, Chief Executive of the Welsh Local Government Association. So, croeso, welcome to you all. Perhaps I might begin then with some general questions by way of an overview. And firstly then, for the Welsh Local Government Association to provide a brief overview of the current financial situation facing local authorities in Wales. Andrew, I guess that's you.
Thank you. If I was just to start, perhaps hand over to one of my colleagues, but I think it's fair to say the pressure this financial year and going into next financial year is on a scale that certainly in my time being a councillor, which is since 2004, we've not faced. In terms of the double-digit inflation is bad enough. There obviously is the pressure on the pay award, which is agreed across England and Wales, which is considerable this year, but not least as well in terms of energy costs and supply chain costs. If you consider food costs for things like school meals or care home services or Meals on Wheels, food costs have gone up anywhere between 14 and 25%. Our gas and energy costs are predicted for this financial year for local authorities in Wales will go up around 355% for gas and well over 100% for our electric. So there are some real pressures on local authorities, and I know every year we talk about the pressures on local government, whether it's service demands such as social services in particular, but this year I think is quite exceptional. Local government is facing a significant overspend this year. In excess of £200 million is the figure we have collated between the 22 authorities. I think it's fair to say since devolution, local government has never overspent £200 million in a single financial year. My own authority is set to overspend by around £20 million this year. So we'll be using reserves. I know most local authorities are looking to use reserves. And next year, even though we have been a very good settlement from the Welsh Government and we are grateful for the additional funding that's been passported on, there is going to be significant pressure on local authorities to set a balanced budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Any other of our witnesses, like Anthony?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The pressures are substantial. We estimate £784 million cumulatively to the end of the next financial year. Just in social care, for example, it's £95.2 million of pressures, £32 million from children's residential placements, adult residential placements, 12 million, adults domiciliary care, 7.5 million. Just to use my own authority as an example, our energy costs are estimated to rise by £4 million, our social care costs by £4 million, and our pay bill by just over £7 million. So those are real pressures that can't just be, managed away easily.
Any other of our witnesses like to add anything to what Andrew or Anthony has said? Llwynos?
Yeah, I think in additional to the cost pressures of inflation is the cost service demand as well, that we're seeing a massive increase in as well, due to the cost of living crisis. So it's a perfect storm of the demand on services and the cost of delivering the service at the same time.
Yes, diolch yn fawr. In terms of the experience during the pandemic, where obviously local authorities again were under tremendous pressure, how would you compare the current situation with the situation at that time? Who would like to offer a view on that? Yes? Christina, yes, please.
Yes, I think that the big difference here, I think throughout COVID, Welsh Government helpfully provided us with some short-term funding. And as Llwynos has already mentioned, as we're coming out of COVID, the increased demand, it's not only increased demand, but it's increased complexity of demand. And then when you couple that then with the depleted workforce, because one of the things that has happened post-COVID is for a number of reasons. A lot of public servants have decided to leave public service, and that, coupled with the reduced funding that we are facing, the increased demand and complexity, and a depleted workforce and difficulty in recruiting and retention, I think it's essentially a perfect storm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Christina. Chinos?
Sorry, dwi'n siarad yn Gymraeg, nes I ddim defnyddio'r cyfieithu gyda. Mae'n bwysig hefyd bod ni'n nodi'n fama yn ystod Covid, mi oedd gwasanaethau arferol wedi cael cyfnod o peidio parhau, felly mi oedden ni'n canolbwyntio ar yr argyfwng Covid. Rwan mae gennym ni argyfwng costa byw ar ben yr argyfyngau eraill sydd yn digwydd yn gymdeithas ac yr argyfwng ariannol da ni'n gwynebu fel awdurdod, ond mae disgwyliadau cynllunio'n parhau, disgwyliadau gwarchod y cyhoedd yn parhau a'r holl disgwyliadau eraill sydd arno ni fel awdurdod, felly dydyn ni ddim yn gallu dopi ar holl argyfyngau a parhad busnes arferol a disgwyliadau'r cyhoedd ar yr awdurdodau, a nifer o amserlennu hynny'n statudol megis cais cynllunio ac yn y blaen, lle mae'r pwysau rwan yn fwy intens oherwydd hynny.
Diolch yn fawr, Chinos. And Andrew, did you want to come in as well? Yeah.
Yeah, I think just to add and support what Christina Harry said, that obviously during the pandemic, we did receive extraordinary amounts of funding, both to support communities and to support services, and certainly end-of-year funding as well, which has obviously helped our balances carry forward to this year, which has now helped us in terms of overspends. But the difficulty is, of course, that was an exceptional amount of funding and one-off funding to deal with the short-term problem, which in effect the pandemic was a short-term hit for things like income, which has largely recovered in lots of areas, though there is some legacy issues there. But going forward now, it is general revenue, as in terms of our revenue budget, is under massive pressure from there's four key drivers. So it is the inflation, the energy cost, the service demand, and pay pressures, and all of them are almost like a perfect storm for public services across the board, and local authorities are no different.
Thank you very much for that. Obviously, the impact on services, potential impact on services, is something that all of us will be very concerned about. Is there anything in particular you would like to say in terms of that potential impact? Anything that you'd like to highlight, Andrew?
Yeah, every local authority will have to address this, obviously, as part of their budget setting round and the various consultations they're doing. But even though we've had a relatively good settlement, and it has to be said, the average figure is much more positive than was anticipated, with consequentials being passed on. There is a range from the low end, such as authorities like myself and Merthyr at the lower end, to I think Monmouthshire is at the higher end this year, Cardiff. So there is obviously fluctuation in the formula, but the formula is there because it is driven by demand, such as population, school numbers, and various other drivers which impact on that. But turning back to individual councils setting their budgets, there's no getting away from the fact there will be some tough decisions. There is a balance to be struck between the council tax increases at a significant rate, making savings where possible without impacting on services, but undoubtedly there will be other cuts to services or service changes that I think I'm fair in saying all 22 local authorities will have to consider to a certain extent. That may be changing things like bin services, it could be cutting or closing some sports facilities. There is a whole raft of things that local authorities are considering, but it is obviously down to those individual authorities to make those tough decisions. Yeah.
Okay. Chinos?
Dwi'n gwybod bod chi'n ymwybodol yn barod, o dwi'n eisiau bod yn, ond mae hyn yn un neud toriadau ar wasanaethau sydd wedi cael eu torri yn barod, felly mae'r opsiynau yn brin iawn, ac pan da ni wedi medru cadw rhyw fymryn o wasanaeth i fynd, ella fydd yn golygu fydd na ddim fath o wasanaeth yn rhai meysydd sydd yn amlwg yn creu pryder pellach. So mae o'n bwysig nodi, doddan ni ddim yn y lle delfrydol i gychwyn, rhag dwi'n ofyn weithiau bod ni'n anghofio am y degawdau o doriadau da ni wedi wneud yn barod.
Yes. Anthony?
Just wanted to come back to the point that Christina made about workforce. I think that's a very important one, looking to the medium term. You know, this isn't just a cash issue. This is an issue with more and more people deciding to walk away from from public services. They've seen their pay depleted by 20% over the past decade. They're expected to continually do more with less, with fewer staff. And I really feel that that we're staring in the face of a recruitment crisis within some key public services. We're seeing it in social care, in domiciliary care, and we're seeing it actually in more areas than I've ever seen before, where we're really struggling to recruit to key posts. And after all, the public services, the sum total of the people who work in them. So I think that's an issue that we have to look into as well.
Thanks for that, and we will come on to these matters in a little more detail later on. Before I bring in other committee members, though, could I just ask one further question? I think it was Llynos that mentioned that demand is obviously significant, and so have others of you. We hear reports that Welsh Government, in response to the pressures that hospitals face and emergency services face, will be encouraging discharges from hospital, perhaps without care packages being fully in place at that stage. Is there anything you'd like to say about that in terms, again, of the potential pressure on local authority services? Andrew.
Yeah, I think we've got to put in context that, first of all, we wouldn't certainly support anybody being discharged from hospital into our care or home without a care package if we felt that they were at risk. And I have to say, in fairness, the local authorities and the health boards work together all the time on discharge of patients, and we have to risk assess all the time around that, whether somebody can come home, for example, before adaptations are put in, before handrails, etc., where they may not need a care package. They may just simply need some additional adaptations to their home. So it is all about the risk assessing. But I think I'm right to say, as all council leaders, we certainly would not support any discharge of patients who we thought would be at risk of harm if they did need a care package. But just to say, local authorities, I have to say, are really bending over backwards to support the health service. Our staff are under more pressure now, I would suggest, than at any time, even during the pandemic. We got staff who are working back-to-back shifts, who are working overtime, because there is a real crisis in social care. And I have to say that while we do hear health boards across England and Wales, declare critical incidents and stand up their emergency plans, I would have to say probably all 22 local authorities, if we declared a critical incident every time our social services were under pressure, we wouldn't have been out of a critical incident for the last 3 years. So I do think that as local authorities, we are under intense pressure, and I welcome the fact that the Welsh Government has recognised that social services has to be funded alongside the health service. There is no point funding the health service unless social services gets funding, because they have to work hand in hand. And I have to say that the pandemic has probably driven social care and NHS closer now than at any time previously, but we can carry on improving our relationship, and it is about working smarter and doing things better. But unfortunately, a lot of it does come down to funding. If we are to recruit and retain staff in social care, that means it has to be funded.
Okay, Andrew, thank you very much. I think Chris Llewellyn has a hand raised. Chris?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's just to emphasise how closely local authorities work locally with their health boards, but also at a national level as well. There's incredibly close working between local government, the Welsh Government and the NHS. We meet, the leaders present this morning meet fortnightly with the Health Minister and the Deputy Minister for Social Services. So these are issues that authorities take very seriously, but as has been highlighted already, there are massive workforce challenges for local authorities when it comes to social care and domiciliary care. There are workforce challenges across every aspect of local government service. Costs are increasing, demand is increasing, but in social care in particular, the legacy of long-term of austerity, of long-term underfunding in social care is being felt at the moment. And when, in effect, what happens, the private and other sectors are able to respond in terms of pay pressures relatively quickly. Local government and the public sector find it far more difficult to respond. as a consequence, the supply of domiciliary care staff and other social care and community care staff is incredibly difficult. And I don't think anybody should underestimate the challenges that local authorities face within this sector.
Okay, Chris, thanks very much. Christina?
You know, this is also, whilst it's about the local authorities in this space in terms of provision of social care, we are heavily reliant upon the independent sector as well. And that independent sector is fragmented. And again, it's back to affordability. Just within my own local authority at this moment in time, our independent sector are asking for a 20% increase. And we are only able to provide 10%. Because of our own financial situation. And the independent sector are not being unreasonable for the reasons that we've already articulated to you. You know, they are facing them as well. But, you know, if we are unable to bridge that gap financially, again, that's going to make that sector even more fragmented and delving us deeper into the problems that we are already facing. I think just coming back to domiciliary care and the packages of care question that you asked, you know, the focus at the moment is very much on discharging people from hospital. But what is being missed is that 80% of our demand is in the communities, and we are not able to meet the needs within our communities at this moment in time because the focus is on discharge from hospitals. And without us being able to meet that need within the community, that there is more demand that is actually going to hit the front door of A&E in our hospitals. So it's that vicious circle that we are trying to address at this moment in time. And we are working with health colleagues because what we need to focus on is that, you know, reducing the demand and the flow that's coming into the front door of our hospitals, as well as dealing with the back end of the system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on then to other committee members, and firstly, Sam Rowlands. Sam.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Morning, everybody. I appreciate your time on this Thursday morning, especially this time of year when it's really busy for you. Just in terms of the AEF, the aggregate external finance, we've seen the, as mentioned, the increase in provisional settlement at 7.9%. And I think Andrew mentioned earlier that was probably a little bit better than where sort of conversations probably started at, I guess, a few months ago. I suppose you probably commented on my initial question, which is around your assessment of the settlement. But I'm just wondering now how you're able to plan in the medium term, how you're finding that process, because I guess you are having to deal with such difficult challenges right in front of you today. How are you finding the ability to plan beyond even the next financial year, you know, in looking 3-5 years down the line, in light of the provisional settlement and some of the multi-year indications that you've had as well?
Yeah, I think having the provisional settlement for 3 years is something we've lobbied on. So obviously last year, we had last year's settlement this year and then next year. The difficulty we have is that because it's all based on the UK government spending review, the Welsh Government will say that they don't know past the spending review what their budget's going to look like, and therefore they can't give us a rolling 3-year settlement. I think one of the things would be really helpful, I think, for public services across the board is if the UK government was able to do a rolling 3-year settlement. So every year they would refresh their base for public services. That would allow then each year that when Welsh Government sets its budget, the public sector then would get an indicative 2-year allocation for the following 2 years. So that would allow us then to plan on a multi-year basis. The problem is that on the year one of a spending review, it's excellent. We get a 3-year settlement, or at least indicative figures. But of course, on the last year, it's only for that 1 year, and it's a continuous cycle of not knowing where we're going. And that does lead on time sometimes potentially to not good decision making, because we could end up reducing services or sometimes even consulting on cutting services that we don't then go through with, because lo and behold, then we get additional funding. So it doesn't make for good spending and for good public services to keep working on this cycle. So I do think a longer term solution is needed. But again, you know, we've got other pressures which come out to the blue. I have to say this morning, I'm fielding lots of calls. Unfortunately, we're facing some flooding again, unfortunately, because of the severe weather in the valleys this morning. And again, no doubt, you know, we'll be redirecting resources. 3 years ago this year now, 3 years in February, we had Storm Dennis. we've redirected millions of pounds of our funding in RCT, and I know the Welsh Government's had to do the same. But we've had that, we've had COVID, we now have the cost of living crisis, we've got climate change, which all local authorities are trying to redirect budgets to transition our fleet to do other things like rewilding areas and tree planting. So we have continuous new problems coming at us, or new priorities in addition to doing the day job. So while we manage all those day things like managing the roads and collecting the bins and running the schools, we have all these additional competing demands, which potentially can put our budgets, can skew the figures. But that's why the 3-year planning is more important.
I think, Anthony.
Yeah, I think Sam asked an important point there about medium-term planning. What I would say is this, obviously any budget setting process involves a balance between, relieving the immediate pressures and getting to a situation where you've got a balanced budget for the year coming. And as Andrew and others have said, in this circumstance, that you've got a working budget for the current financial year, and looking at more, medium and longer term pressures and how you can try and plan ahead. As leaders, we all want to be in that second space. We all want to be planning for the long term. We want to be making sustainable long-term choices rather than just firefighting. What I'd say is the better the settlement is, the more it enables us to get into that space and not just in putting out fires all the time. So it will make a difference to that. It will mean that we can devote more of our attention to making sustainable choices for the long term. What it doesn't do is completely alleviate the pressures that we've talked about before. So the settlement was incredibly welcome. It was, more than we were talking about at the start, and I think it demonstrates that the Welsh Government do value the services that we provide. It doesn't make the challenge easy, but gives us a fighting chance. And as I've said, it gives us a chance to move on to what decisions can we make over 4 and 5 years to get the services that we provide in a better shape, rather than just putting out fires all the time.
Thank you very much. Llynos, I think. Llynos?
Diolch. The issue we have without that medium-term financial plan is having a strategic vision. So we're all trying to put our council plans in place to have that 5-year council plan, but then you need to finance that council plan, and that's the challenge that we constantly have. So are we operational or are we strategic, and how are we able to blend both together? And currently, I think we're more operational because of the current financial climate that we're in, but we all want to be much more strategic. But to do that, we need that financial security to know that we can deliver that service within 5 years' time. So it is a challenge of having that vision, but also of managing the day-to-day service and delivering on that day-to-day service. So the need for that long-term financial security is more than ever, because obviously we need to rebuild public services after this last decade as well. Yeah.
Diolch, Llynos. Sam?
Yeah, thank you for those responses. I think they're absolutely fair, and probably something at cross-party level, chairs committee we can perhaps discuss later as well. On your revenue support, on the grants being allocated in your provisional settlement this year, again we're looking at nearly £1.4 billion worth of grants. And over recent years, there's been a desire to see bunch those grants, and it has, to be fair, at times happened moving into sort of unhypothecated part of the RSG. Just wondering what your thoughts are at the moment. Is the balance about right? Would you want to see more of those grants move into unhypothecated elements, or are you quite satisfied that the 1.4-ish billion of grants is about right?
Please, Chris.
Can I thank you, Chair? As Sam knows, the WRG has always argued for grants to go into the settlement wherever possible, and the reason for that is that we think that because circumstances vary between authorities, authorities need as much flexibility as possible locally in determining how funding is spent, and we think that we add as much value as possible by allowing as much local determination and placing as few restrictions on authorities as is possible. Historically, what we've always argued is that where a specific grant is linked with a policy intention, then it's appropriate to fund policy direction through a specific grant, but once the policy is embedded and it's clear that it's being delivered, then the funding should go into the settlement. And the argument is that there are costs associated with audit and administration of those grants, and that funding could go into services. So we always promote that idea, and inevitably as well, I think governments, there's a middle ground. Governments and ministers, when they're delivering new policies, they want to see the funding that they allocate to those policies delivered directly to those policies. So there is an ebb and flow to this debate, but I think generally we would like to see as much grant funding as possible. We would still like to see as much as possible going into the settlement.
Okay, Sam.
Yeah, thanks. I'm really conscious of time's flying, but so I just quickly perhaps get a brief response on your assessment of how the or any concerns you might have of the impact of the new non-domestic rating list, which is due to come in force in April, and your ability to collect those new non-domestic rates at all. Any concerns there?
Is it Chris again?
Yeah,
Chris?
it's just the capacity of the Valuation Office Agency, Valuation Tribunal in Wales. If there are increased levels of, there's a capacity there to deal with that. Inevitably, when changes like this are, when changes are introduced, there is turbulence in the system. I think we need to see details of the transition. So there's I think there may be difficulties at this stage. It's difficult to assess, I think.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see. Okay, thanks, Sam. Caroline Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to ask you questions about capital funding, and what extent do you believe that the £180 million that's been allocated provides you with sufficient funds to implement Welsh Government's commitments to prioritise the most vulnerable and public services while continuing to create a stronger, fairer and greener Wales, which are Welsh Government's priorities, and enough for you to actually do your basic funding as well? I see there's nothing this year for highways. Last year, some funding was made available. I think it was some underspend from COVID. But I heard, Andrew, you this morning on the radio having to deal with flooding. And I know the impacts flooding, climate change has on our highways and the resilience of highways going forward, the culverts. Resurfacing roads is a major issue, isn't it? Trying to keep on top of it. So your views on that, really, please.
Andrew?
Yes, thank you. I think the general capital, we welcome the increase in the general capital this year, which has increased back up to previous levels prior to the current financial year. So that is welcomed. In terms of some of the specific funding, the Welsh Government has allocated funding for things like flood resilience, which again we welcome the additional funding that's been put into that over the 3-year term of the spending review. Areas for highways in particular, that is probably a pressure area for most local authorities, especially when we have wet and cold winters. Unfortunately, we see the bane of our lives with potholes and roads breaking up. But also, as we get more and more wetter winters, the winters are becoming, unfortunately, with tense periods of weather like we have it now, we do suffer with flooding. So things like resilient roads funding, which we've had for a number of years, I know that has reduced in recent times. That is still very welcomed by local authorities. The resurfacing capital funding we had in place for 3 years has now ended. If there could be a possibility of further capital funding for our highways across Wales to see local authorities carrying out substantial resurfacing works, that does actually save us on revenue. It's much more cost effective to resurface roads and do it in one go properly if a road is failing, rather than constantly filling potholes over several years. So there are some areas to trade off, but of course capital is more challenging, and the Welsh Government and ministers have explained that to us but we do lobby for additional capital, and if the committee want to recommend additional capital, and if the Welsh Government can find additional capital, I'm sure all council leaders and officers across Wales would be very welcome, because we do have lots of areas where there's our schools, our care homes, our children homes. There is always a demand, and certainly because of the cost pressures with inflation, some of the costs in terms of like new build for schools and renovation works have gone up by 25 and 30% at least. So there is additional pressure on us actually, because in effect our spending power of the capital money we have has diminished because of inflation. Thank you.
Okay.
Anthony?
Look, yeah, this is a very important point I think Andrew made at the end there. It's the return to historic levels of capital is very welcome. Spending power that we have is really being cut from the other end of the equation, with costs for construction and all sorts of capital works really increasing and putting more pressure on councils to find match funding, to find other sources of funding to top up to meet those increased costs, or inevitably you end up doing less with the same amount of money.
Christina? Christina?
Thanks. Yes, thank you. And also, you know, the availability of contractors actually out in the market now is very the number of major contractors actually go into administration. So very much the contracting market is very much picking and choosing the types of projects that they want to compete for. And a number of projects, certainly within my own authorities, and I know is mirrored across other authorities, we're having to value engineer them back, because when the prices do come in, they are significantly higher than what we've estimated. And you know, particularly around 21st century schools programme, you know, that's a significant pressure area for us, and also in the emerging WHQS phase 2 programme as well. It's an area of concern for us. But what I'd also like to just add though is capital investment is an area which is part of our transformation as local authorities. We are all looking at our building assets and looking at repurposing them. So wherever we are building new facilities, we are looking at them as multi-purpose buildings, so that we're able to offer them, you know, a wide range of services from less buildings, and that is one of the areas that all local authorities are focusing on as part of the learning from COVID. We know we can work in an agile way, and we know that we can reduce our capital stock that we have. Thank you.
Linos?
Diolch. Mae'n bwysig nodi bod y cyllideb gyfalaf, bod o wedi codi o ran gwerth, mae wedi colli mewn llai. Mae gwerth ariannol yr un swm, mae werth llai i ni dydy. Mae hynna'n bwysig nodi, a oedden ni fel cabinet yn siarad fod yn anffurfiol y cyllideb cyfalaf yma yn Ynys Môn, dim modd. A mae gallu ni i wneud lot efo'r cyllideb gyfalaf di mynd yn brin iawn. Mae DFGs di landio yn y cyllideb gyfalaf. Mae pethau dydd i ddydd o'r redag gwasanaethau. Da ni hyn oed yn rhoi 2 filiwn o'n cyllideb cyfalaf tuag at cynnal priffyrdd ac yn y blaen. Felly mae cyllideb gyfalaf yn andros o gyfyngedig i be oedd o blynyddoedd yn ôl. A mae hynna yn golygu bod y cynllunio trawsnewidiol na fel yn mynd yn is lawr ar yr rhestr, sydd yn golygu bod yn gwasanaethau cyhoeddus ni'n gwanhau a ddim yn mynd i'r unfed ganrif ar 20 fel y dylia fo fod oherwydd y pryder yn y cyfalaf. A flwyddyn dwytha nathon ni yn Ynys Môn roi rhywfaint o cyllideb revenue tuag at y cyfalaf mwyn trio symud ychydig o gynllunio ymlaen mwyn hyrwyddo bethau sydd ddim yn, felly dydy'r gyfalaf wirioneddol ddim digon da wneud i'r firefighting ma yn parhau.
Caroline, I think Chris Llewellyn would like to come in as well. Chris?
Just to, I think most of the points I was going to make have been covered, Chair. I think the, you know, as I think every one of our contributors has said, in itself, the capital allocation in other circumstances, authorities would be happy with. But the challenge is, it's been a feature of all of this discussion, the inflationary pressures that authorities face and the workforce pressures as well. I think Christina mentioned the difficulty in terms of construction companies, the workforce pressures that authorities face, the increase in material costs. So the purchasing power that authorities have with capital available has been diminished. Programs like 21st Century Schools, the great success of them has been their flexibility and the capacity to adapt to changing circumstances. So what the current circumstances mean is that the current program will be extended in terms of time period. But if at some point in the future more capital is available or the circumstances change, then there is the flexibility there to respond as well. But again, these are very challenging times for local authorities.
Just one more really about the resilience of you going forward, delivering some of these capital projects. I know you've said earlier about having planning officers, drainage officers, and like delivering the active travel fund, even having highway technical officers as well. So just is there anything else you want to add on that?
Anybody like to offer anything on that, Andrew?
Yeah, it's just worth flagging up actually. Although we do see pressures around, in particular, retention and recruitment in areas such as social services, and everybody probably will know about those problems. We actually have a lot of problems across most other services. I would estimate probably in RCT right now, we've got probably between 100 and 200 vacancies across the board. When we've tried to recruit recently for a specialist tips team to have additional resource because of the problems we've had in the valleys with the weather, with cold tips. We've had to go out 2 and 3 times in terms of rounds of trying to recruit engineers. There is a real shortage in terms of bridge engineers and highway engineers, which even for things like active travel routes, which quite often are complex in terms of some of the infrastructures alongside them, there is a real pressure that local authorities face. And of course, because of the cost of living pressures and the cost of inflation, a lot of recruitment is driven on the wage salaries. So we are competing with the private sector, and where we can't then recruit directly in-house, we end up having to go to agencies or we have to go to consultants. And to be quite frank about it, the prices that we pay to consultants are sometimes 2 or even 3 times the salary if we employed somebody, because that is the markup. And they know that, unfortunately, because we are in dire need of some of these engineers or highways or other officers, unfortunately, they can name their price almost. So we are facing recruitment and retention problems. But that's why my own local authority and a lot of local authorities in recent years have introduced either graduate trainee programs or apprenticeship schemes where we're trying to recruit and build our own staff.
Okay, thank you.
I think, Chris, did you want to add something, Chris Llewellyn, or is that an old hand, Chris?
I think
you're happy. Yeah. Okay, we'll move on then to Joel James. Joel.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies about this morning. It's been an absolute nightmare in terms of the technical issues, and I just want to thank everyone for coming in today for the meeting, and it's nice to see you again, Councillor Morgan. You're looking good, as they say. So, and I apologies if I got some questions on sort of council tax and the council tax reduction scheme. So apologies if they've already been asked or answered. Unfortunately, I was dipping in and out of the meeting because of linking up with the technical officers. I know that, for example, prior to the budget, it was estimated that there was going to be sort of like an average increase of 4% rise for council tax. And I just wanted to know what your thoughts were on the budget now and how that might have impacted that figure, but then also how you sort of meeting that aspiration where the Welsh Government has asked you then to take into account any rise against the cost of living pressure. Thank you.
Okay, Anthony.
Obviously, council tax setting is always a difficult decision for any councillor of any political shade, because you've got, balancing people's cost of living on one hand with the need to retain, valuable local services on the other. So it's not an easy choice in any year, even more so this year, given the cost of living crisis and the huge pressures we talked about. £800 million of pressures aren't going to go away of themselves. Certainly the better the settlement is, the more space it gives councils to have a lower council tax rise. You've seen in England, there seems to be almost a uniform 5% rise across the board because of the pressures on services there. We've had a government that's talked to us about, you know, the pressure on those services and has tried to meet us halfway. So that puts us in a better position, but it's still a very difficult situation given the huge pressures that have been described before.
Okay, Anthony.
Thank you.
Joel? Oh, Llwynos? Llwynos?
Ie, dwi'n meddwl bod o'n bwysig nodi hefyd bod dyma di'r her yn dweud bod 400, bod ni'n sôn am 400 neu 500, ond dydy hynna ddim yr un fath ym mhob un awdurdod. So dwi'n gwybod bod chi'n ymwybodol o hyn, ond mae o'n bwysig bod ni'n wastad yn ystyried be di'r gwerth hynny mewn punnoedd i'r cartrefi yma. Hynna di'r achos mae 500 yn Ynys Môn yn £1.32 ar band D. So jyst fatha bod ni'n gwybod hynna mwy na siarad am y canran yma, achos eich bod yna rei hefyd mond yn mynd yn 300, ond eich bod y gost yn lawar uwch na 500 mewn awdurdod eraill. So dwi'n meddwl bod angen i ni ystyried y gwerth ariannol ar y bocad y cyhoedd wrth wneud hynny. Diolch.
Diolch, Llwynos. Chris Llewellyn.
Thank you, Chair. Just to emphasise the difficult or the challenging choices that authorities have to make in any ordinary year, in other circumstances, at any point of the last 20 years, a 7.9% average settlement increase would seem incredibly generous. In the same way that the 9.4 of last year and the 3-year indicative figures authorities would have been really delighted with that situation. But these are unprecedented circumstances. The global economic pressures coming to bear. We've seen nothing like it for a long period of time, and it's been a feature of all of today's discussion. And authorities are in this difficult position. Circumstances vary across Wales, as has been reflected today, but authorities are in this difficult situation of trying to balance using when inflation is 10.5 or 11.5%, a settlement of 7.9% doesn't plug the gap. They have to look at using their reserves or balances, increasing council tax and cuts in services. None of these choices are particularly palatable, and they are very difficult for authorities. As we've heard this morning as well, any cuts in services are taking place against a backdrop of increasing demand for services. We've seen the debate during the last few days about with regard to health and some of the lifestyle choices that people make. We know that in the current climate we would like to see people lead more active lives, and yet local authorities are faced with the choice of having to cut back on their leisure services, on the leisure centres, swimming pools and so on. So nobody should be in any doubt that authorities are facing very difficult decisions, and where council tax levels do increase, that those decisions aren't taken lightly.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Christina?
Thank you. Just to add to what Chris has just said, I think the challenge that all local authorities are facing is that we are very mindful that we're essentially asking people to pay more, but in the knowledge that they're going to receive less. And whichever way we package that, that is a very difficult ask, isn't it? Thank you.
No, absolutely. Okay, diolch yn fawr. Joel?
Oh, yes, thank you, Chair. Thanks ever so much for those responses. I've only really got 2 questions left, if that's okay, Chair. The first one is about council tax collection rates. I know during the pandemic that the Welsh Government provided additional funding for councils in order to help them with their collections. But obviously now that has been withdrawn, and I just wanted to know the impact that has had on local authorities and the impact that has had then in terms of the council taxpayer, if any. And then the second question I want to ask them is with regards to the council tax reduction scheme. We've heard from previous evidence sessions about how, well, actually, I got 2 questions to ask on this, sorry, about how not everyone who's eligible for council tax reduction scheme actually applies for it. And I just wanted to know some idea about your thoughts on that and how that could be addressed. But also the amount that is paid out in council tax, in the council tax reduction scheme, what's the word I'm looking for? It's far more than the amount that councils get in order to fund it. And I just wanted to know the impact that it's having and how council's plan to address the funding shortfall there. So,
Okay, Joe. Anthony?
Do we go first on those? Firstly, on collection, collection is a pressure. We're still getting the figures together, but there has been a pressure on collection rates from the pandemic and now into the cost of living crisis, and that's something that we've had to factor in. We reduced our assumed collection rate in our budget 2 years ago now, I think, to make an assumption of that, so that we didn't end up with a hole in our budget. And that's a challenge, obviously, because if you reduce the assumed collection rate, there's less money in your budget. But councils are doing all they can to ensure collection remains as high as possible. On council tax reduction scheme, it is a challenge. It's always been a challenge, as it is with many benefits that don't get claimed by people who are entitled to them. We've invested in our benefits advice team and financial inclusion teams, who help identify people who could be entitled to benefit, or people who are going through financial crisis, and make sure that they apply so they can get that money in the door. I know council revenues and benefits teams across the country have been really going above and beyond in the last 2 years to get money out to people during the pandemic, and now in this cost of living crisis will be stepping up their efforts to try and make sure that people who are entitled to council tax reduction and entitled to other benefits claim them as much as possible, rather than getting caught in a poverty trap.
Okay, thanks, Anthony. Andrew, did you want to add anything?
Hey, I was going to say that relatively the council tax collection rates appear to be holding up probably better than all of us would have thought in terms of collection and people being able to pay. I suppose one of the questions that Councillor James asked was about the council tax reduction scheme. That is a pressure for local government, because that envelope of funding is capped and has been for a number of years. So in effect, in our own local authority, for example, in Rhondda Cynon Taf, we always tell members that if we put a council tax of 1%, we only actually get about 80% of the additional income, because in effect, almost 20% of the additional income is lost because of the council tax reduction scheme and those who don't pay council tax. So in effect, we have to pay that element. So we do lose around 20% of every time we put the council tax up. Now, that doesn't sound a huge amount, but if you consider that if a local authority, say Rhondda Cynon Taf, was putting council tax up by 4% and we needed 4% extra, we have to actually put the council tax up 5% to get 4% extra income. So it does have a bearing on it, but it's something that local authorities have had to manage a number of years, because that envelope of funding, as I say, has been capped probably for the last, it's almost a decade now, I believe.
Thank you all very much, and thank you, Joel, and we'll move on to Mabon ap Gwynfor Mabon.
Diolch yn fawr am Gadeirydd, bore da. Diolch i chi am fynychu. Ga i gychwyn o ran fframio'r drafodaeth yma. Da chi di sôn am y gwasanaethau sydd yn angenrheidiol. Da ni'n gwybod bod yna wasanaethau sydd yn statudol. Mae rhaid i awdurdodau lleol i ddarparu, ond yna mi ydych chi'n darparu gwasanaethau sydd yn anstatudol. Ac wrth gwrs, os ydych chi'n gorfod edrych i wneud unrhyw doriadau, mae hyn am ni fod yn yr gwasanaethau hynny sydd yn anstatudol. Felly, be ydyn ni mewn gwirionedd yn edrych ar yn fama? Pa wasanaethau sydd yn debygol o gael eu torri ar draws y bwrdd yng Nghymru? Da ni'n gwybod yr enghraifft o Powys wedi sôn am gau canolfannau hamdden ac yn y blaen. Be fydd awdurdod lleol yn edrych fel o ran gwasanaethau yn dilyn toriadau sylweddol? Llynos.
Ie, dwi'n meddwl be fyswn i'n ddim yn rhan fwyaf o'r awdurdodau'n trio neud leni ydy trio balansio'r llyfrau wrth ddefnyddio arian wrth gefn, wrth gwneud fan doriadau a codi'r treth cyngor mwyn yn barod erbyn 24-25, adag yna dwi'n meddwl fyddan ni'n gweld y gwir toriadau yna i wasanaethau. So byddan ni'n mynd i wneud ydy gweld awdurdodau'n defnyddio arian wrth gefn mwyn paratoi i'r toriad calad na sydd i ddod, achos fel fyddan ni'n nodi gyna, da ni gyd yn rhagweld bydd y flwyddyn nesaf mynd i fod yn waith arna ni eto. Be da ni edrych ar ydy bob dim, ond yr her i ni ydy fel nodwyd y gyna ydy mae'r gwasanaethau anstatudol yn cael effaith ar y gwasanaethau statudol. So megis hamdden ac iechyd. Os ydyn ni'n cael canolfannau hamdden, ac efallai bod y rhai llai proffidol i ni yn yr ardaloedd mwyaf difreintiedig, lle chi ddadla sydd i hangen nhw fwyaf, ond eto efallai efo'r costa ychau ni, mae hynna'n amlwg mewn ardaloedd fel Môn a Gwynedd sydd efo gordewdra plant a bobl ifanc yn uchel. Mae hwnna'n mynd i gael effaith andwyol ar y gwasanaeth iechyd mewn nifer o flynyddoedd yn dydy. Da ni hefyd yn edrych ar materion fel datblygu'r economi. Da ni wedi gweld bod awdurdodau wedi trio dal gafal ar gwneud gynlluniau, bod o yn codi unedau busnes, bod o'n cefnogi. Mae hynny wedyn yn amlwg yn ar gyfwn costa byw, mae sicrhau'r economi yn fwy allweddol nag erioed, ond eto gan nad ydy'n statudol, ydyn ni'n edrych ar doriadau yn y maes yna. Mae gwarchod y cyhoedd yn un sydd wedi derbyn nifer o doriadau dros y degawd dwytha, ond yn ystod Covid doedd pawb i gweld parch i tîm iechyd yr amgylchedd mwy nag erioed. Felly da ni'n gwybod just about manager nathon ni'r argyfwng gyda ewellu staff y tîmau yna, ond eto os fyswn ni'n torri fanna ac yn cael argyfwng o'r fath eto, fyswn ni ddim yn gallu delio efo argyfwng fel Covid. A hynna di un neges dwi'n meddwl sydd yn dod yn glir gen yr arweinyddion a'r prifweithredwyr. Os daw argyfwng fel Covid eto, dydy'r gwydnwch ddim yn Llywodraeth Leol i ddelio hefo'r argyfwng yna. A dyna di'r her. Felly, yr ateb syml ydi i Mabon ydi bod awdurdodau'n gofod edrych ar bob dim. Ac yn anffodus, a dwi'n gwybod bod chi'n gwybod hyn, fel awdurdodau lleol, da ni'n gorfod balansio'r llyfran statudol. Felly, dim mater o gobeithio, mae rhaid i ni wneud yn siŵr bod yn syms ni yn adio ac yn anffodus i ni. Felly, fydda ni'n gwneud penderfyniadau ofnadwy anodd ac oherwydd bod rhaid i ni yn statudol i balansio'r llyfrau y wahanol i rei cyrff cyhoeddus eraill. Diolch.
Diolch.
Anthony?
I think Leonard's point about health and leisure is a great example of how non-statutory and statutory services are linked. We want to comply with the aims and objectives of the Future Generations Act, and we can only do that by investing in those early intervention and prevention services that are so key to keeping people out of the acute services. That if we're not careful, we've all seen the graph of the jaws of doom, as it's called in local government circles, where, at a certain point in time, we can spend money on nothing other than social care. If we don't spend money on those non-statutory services, then we'll get there ever quicker. And also the point about, back office pre-pandemic has shown itself not really to be back office as it was. My planning department or environmental health used to wince every time I came into the building because by dint of protecting schools and social care, they knew I'd be trying to get another chunk of money out of them for the next budget. Environmental health teams and councils have shown themselves to be invaluable during the pandemic, leading the response, keeping people safe, running the test and tracing scheme that we had in Wales that didn't suck up huge amounts of money into the private sector, like in England. So they're no longer the targets perhaps for budgetary savings that they once were. A combination of showing their worth and a decade of cuts to those budgets means they're a skeleton in many authorities. I'd say most, in fact. So there's really no easy ways to turn. And the other thing I'd say is the public don't recognise this distinction between statutory and non-statutory services. Lots of the services that the public value most are technically non-statutory services. So we have to keep that in mind as public representatives too.
Thanks, Anthony. I think Chris Llewellyn and then Christina wanted to come in as well, Mabon. Chris?
Yeah, diolch yn fawr Cadeirydd. Jyst i ategu at pwyntiau Anthony a Llynos. Ych chi'n codi pwynt dilys iawn Mabon. Mae rhyw 80% o wariant awdurdodau lleol yn mynd ar gwasanaethau statudol, 20% ar gwasanaethau sydd ddim yn statudol gwirfoddol. Ond un o'r pethau ni'n ymwybodol o'n hanesyddol, mae'r 20% yna wedi diwedda'r nifer o toriadau dros y ddegawd diwetha neu mwy pan bod cyllid cyhoeddus wedi cael ei dorri. A rai rhywun wrth gwrs yw fel oedd Anthony'n sôn, ni'n ymwybodol bod y cyhoedd yn gwerthfawrogi yr 20% yna o wasanaethau pethau diwylliant a hamdden gwasanaethau gweledol. Felly eto mae'n dipyn o her i awdurdodau yn statudol, maen nhw'n gorfod adfer a gwasanaethau fel gwasanaethau cymdeithasol addysg ac yn y blaen, ond yr hyn maen nhw'n deall yn iawn yw bod y cyhoedd yn gwerthfawrogi yr 20% na sydd ddim yn statudol, ond sydd yn mor bwysig i fywyd normal bobl yn ddyddiol ac o ran i iechyd ansawdd bywyd sy'n cyfrannu yn helaeth at yr ffactorau hynny.
And Christina?
Unfortunately, it's not as straightforward as statutory versus non-statutory for the reasons that have been presented. But if I may say, if you think you break down our budgets, where is the money spent? It's essentially service provision, frontline service provision, it's staffing and it's buildings. And as I've said earlier, all of us are looking at reducing our building stock and reducing costs there through adopting the agile model. We want to protect our staff because we recognise we need to reskill our staff in order to protect our services. We have to transform our services, looking at our services through a different lens, collaborating wherever we're able to. What commercialisation opportunities are there for us? What digitisation, automation processes are available to us? And how do we provide those services as a package in order to maximise efficiencies and effectiveness? But the challenge we have, I think it was Klinos mentioned earlier, is juggling and balancing the day job, because of the demands that we have exceeded what we've been dealing with previously, whilst building in capacity to transform. And again, the need for sort of further financial planning and having certainty around our financial forecasting, as well as, managing that transformation programme is key. But again, as we've mentioned earlier, the need, the problems that we have in recruiting and retaining staff, and also recognising that when we are recruiting staff, we are looking for different skills, as well as the technical skills where we know we have shortfalls. We are looking at much more innovative skill sets than maybe what we've had previously. And as Andrew mentioned earlier, we are competing with the private sector. They've caught up with us. The benefit packages that we are able to offer as local government have been far exceeded now by the private sector, and cash is key now. And we are unable to respond as quickly as the private sector in that space, unfortunately. Thank you.
Okay, diolch yn fawr, Mabon.
Yn rhaid glir, dwi'n meddwl, o'r heriau sydd o'ch blaen, a gobeithio fydd o'n cyfoethogi'n dealltwriaeth ni a'r cyhoedd o leia. O fynd ymlaen at gwasanaethau oedolion a phlant, yn gyffredinol o edrych ar Gymru ar hyn o bryd, sut fysech chi'n categoriddo'r lefel risg bresennol ar gyfer y ddarpariaeth o ran gweithwyr gwasanaethau oedolion a phlant yn yn awdurdodau lleol?
Klinos?
Ie, diolch. Dwi'n meddwl bod o'n bwysig peidio dod â fe gyd yn un pe mae di'r her da ni wedi gael. So mae pwysau yn y gwasanaethau oedolion yn amlwg ar hyn o bryd oherwydd newid mewn demography, oherwydd y newid mewn amodau gwaith fel sydd wedi cael ei nodi a diffyg staff, a hefyd oherwydd cymlethdod anghenion gofal unigolion. A mae hynny'n newid ledled Gymru gyfan hefyd. So mae gwasanaeth oedolion mewn sefyllfa bregus am nifer o resymau. Mae gwasanaeth plant wedyn hefyd mewn sefyllfa bregus. Mae hyn yn ymwneud efo effaith Covid ac effaith argyfwng costa byw ar yr amodau mae teuluoedd yn byw ynddo. Da ni wedi gweld cynnydd aruthrol yn rhai sy'n y cartra, cynnydd mewn camddefnyddio sylweddau, ac wedyn yr argyfwng costa byw yn cael effaith ar fywyd teuluoedd fysa ddim wedi bod ar yn gofyn i o'n blaen. Felly be da ni'n gweld i bregrisrwydd cymdeithas yn creu nifer helaeth o ymoliadau i'n gwasanaeth ni ar gyfnod lle mae'r pryder staffio fel sydd wedi cael ei nodi yn barod. Felly, a rheswm dwi eisiau gwahanaethu nhw ydy mae'r costa yn amrywio hefyd. Da ni'n ymwybodol yn y maes plant. Os gen ni un plentyn yn dod i ofal efo anghenion gofal dwys, glasa hynna bod yn $500,000 i un awdurdod. Ond amlwg dydy'r costa ddim mor sylweddol yn yr gwasanaeth oedolion, ond mae'r niferoedd yn fwy yn y gwasanaeth oedolion. Mae hwn yn risg uchel ar hyn o bryd, ond ond gai nodi bod gwasanaethau cymdeithasol wedi bod yn risg uchel ers nifer o flynyddoedd, ond nad wedi o wedi bod yn derbyn y sylw heiddiannol tan yn ddiweddar yma. Yr her mwyaf i ni fel Llywodraeth, fel arweinwyr, ydy sicrhau bod y gwasanaethau yma yn parhau yn ystod yr argyfwng da ni'n ei wynebu rŵan, a bod ni'n gallu, fel oedd Andrew'n deud gynna, fysa ni ddim yn dod â unigolion allan o'r ysbyty heb sicrhau bod nhw'n ddiogel. Yn yr un modd fysa ni ddim yn cadw teulu allan yn y gymuned heb ymyrraeth, achos mae cadw nhw'n ddiogel yn hanfodol bwysig i ni. A dyma di'r rhwygiadau da ni'n derbyn fel arweinyddion pan da ni'n gosod y gyllideb, ydy gwybod y risg o dynnu a oeddech chi'n sôn am anstatudol, mae gennym ni gyd gwasanaethau anstatudol yn y meysydd gwasanaethau cymdeithasol mwyn atal yr risgiau yna yn amlwg. Hwnnw di'n mitigation ni i'r risg, ond fysa tynnu hwnnw allan yn creu mwy o risg i ni. Felly mae o'n faes hynod o gymleth, a dydw i ddim yn meddwl bod yna ddealltwriaeth digon cynhwysfawr o'i cymlethdod o, ond mae o'n mynd i weithygu tra bod mae'r flwyddyn yma yn mynd i fod yn anoddach byth arna ni yn y maes yma, ac mae gennym ni fel dyletswydd fel arweinyddion i sicrhau bod y maes yn cael y sylw, ond eto bod y gweithwyr yn y maes yn cael y parch heiddiannol hefyd oherwydd yr heriau maen nhw'n trio gweithio ynddo o ddydd i ddydd.
OK. Mabon?
Diolch am yr ateb yna. Mae'r pwynt ola yn dod â fi at yng nghwestiwn nesaf, o ran da ni wedi sôn am yr angen i ddangos parch i'r gweithlu yn y sector gofal cymdeithasol, ac wrth gwrs mae'r cyflog byw go iawn yn mynd i fod yn rhan o hyn rwan. Ydy'r ffaith fod y cyflog byw go iawn yna yn mynd i leihau y risg?
Na i ddod yn ôl a be nac ydy, oherwydd fel sydd wedi cael ei ddeud yn barod yn fama, mae'r sector preifat wedi'n pasio ni o bellfor, a dydy o ddim, a mae'r cyflog byw go iawn ddim wedi cymryd i ystyriaeth yr costa chwyddiant a'r effaith hynny ar cartrefi. Ac dwi'n meddwl bod fi'n siarad o'n lle, da ni'n derbyn ymweliadau gen gweithwyr rwan sy'n chwilio am ei trydydd job mwyn medru byw. Felly, na, dydy o ddim yn ddigonol, ond dyma di'r her a'r drafodaeth da ni yn gael efo'r Llywodraeth a mae'r gweinidogion yn barod i drafod hyn ydy sut ydym ni'n symud y maes gofal i fod yn faes sydd yn cael ei ariannu a'i gyflogi yn gymaint gwell. Felly mae honna'n her, nid yn unig yma yng Nghymru, ond ar draws y Deyrnas Unedig sydd angen symud ymlaen. A hefyd bod pobl ifanc yn gweld bod yna gyflog a gyrfa i gael yn y maes.
OK, Mabon?
Os gofyn un cwestiwn arall, os gwelwch yn dda, os gael jyst fynd at un adran gwahanol mwy penodol o fewn eich awdurdodau lleol, a hynny di tai a digartrefedd yn benodol. Y tu hwnt i'r cyllideb chi, wrth gwrs, da ni'n gweld bod y Housing Support Grant wedi cael ei dorri, neu ddim wedi cael ei gynyddu, felly mae'r setliad fflat yn golygu fod o'n doriad go iawn i chi. Sut mae hynny'n mynd i effeithio ar eich darpariaeth chi, a sut mae'r setliad yma i chi fel awdurdod lleol yn mynd i effeithio ar eich darpariaeth mwyn sicrhau fod lefel digartrefedd yn cadw'n isel am bod ni'n medru rhoi tai i bawb yn cymunedau ni.
Dwi'n ddod yn ôl, felly mae toriad yn y fadan 2 yn heriol yn amlwg, achos nid da chi'n sôn am y toriad yn hwnnw, ond eto da ni'n gweld cynnydd mewn angen. Mae digartrefedd ar ei fyny'n barod, heb sôn am pobl yn cael ei wneud yn ddigartre, lle methu fforddio mortgage neu rent a tai ddim ar gael. Felly da ni'n gwybod mi fydd hwn yn cynyddu yn y cyfnod i ddod. Ac yn ychwanegol i hynny, mae'r cyllideb cyfalaf ac yn y blaen ac yn gallu ni adeiladu. So mae costa adeiladu ni wedi mynd i fyny, a mae'n cynlluniau busnes oedden ni gyd i roed yn ei lle wedi newid oherwydd hynny, a bydd yna ynglyn â contractwyr i ddatblygu hefyd. Felly mae'r sefyllfa yn y maes tai yn heriol ofnadwy ar hyn o bryd. Yr angen ar ei fyny, y costa adeiladu ar ei fyny, y diffyg mewn contractwyr i wneud y gwaith yna, ac y staff mewnol hefyd o ran yr arbenigedd cynllunio ac yn y blaen i adeiladu ar ben y toriad ariannol, fel da chi wedi dweud, i ni fedru gwasanaethu rhain, a dyna felly mi fydd o'n her, does am amheuaeth am hynny, a dyna pan fydd rhaid i ni, ac i ni, rhai sydd hefo stoc dau, da ni'n ffodus iawn o bod gennym ni'r Housing Revenue Account i fedru edrych yn fwy creadigol ar y gefnogaeth hynny, ac yn ardaloedd fel Môn, da ni'n ffodus o fod yn defnyddio'r premium ail dau a tai gwag i fedru liniaru'r effaith ar yr cymuned lleol hefyd.
Okay, diolch, Llynos. Thank you, Ma'r Bond. Carolyn Thomas.
Thank you. Earlier you talked about retendering of contracts and the extra costs now being incurred. Just want to ask you about home to school transport, which seems to be a particular concern. I know another committee is looking at the learner traveller measure and would like to alter it. And also the implication that might have on Welsh medium education, and just your thoughts really on that. Are you having particular difficulties with contracting the home to school transport?
Andrew?
Yeah, can I say this is something that all local authorities are facing huge pressures on. In my own local authority, we've seen something like a 40% increase in costs. That is quite substantial. And when you consider that Rhondda Cynon Taf, I think I'm right in saying, as the largest or most expensive in terms of the numbers homeschool programme in Wales, our budget for homeschool is around 11 million. So a 40% increase for us has been substantial. It's well over £4 million. That is driven a lot by costs in terms of recruiting drivers. So companies are struggling with HGV drivers. We've seen, partly because of Brexit and because some of the rules about people coming here to work, we've seen actually some of the homeschool drivers being recruited by large companies and supermarket chains in particular, where they've been given as much as £3,000 and £4,000 golden lows to go and work for them to drive their lorries and delivery vehicles. That has meant that with an ageing population and an ageing workforce, I should say, within home to school, many of them are retired HGV drivers who drive the buses. That is an area that's been really difficult. So they've had to increase their salaries to retain staff. Similarly, we've had the cost of fuel, which has been rocketing. They're hit by inflation costs. And home to school is a real pressure for local authorities, not just the financial cost, but actually working with the operators who are doing their best to maintain the services. At the same time, of course, they've been affected by things like COVID and by just general flu, and we have drivers off. So maintaining that daily service, I have to say, is very much juggling. And I think every home to school transport department or integrated transport department in local authorities is sort of now almost a daily chore for them to make sure that every bus is operating in the way it needs to.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Carolyn?
Okay, so if the learner traveller measure did change, so you'd have to try and provide more of a service, that could be an issue for you because it's difficult providing the current service. Okay, see nodding, thank you. And then just finally, how challenging will it be for local authorities to contribute towards the target of net zero by 2030? And what could Welsh Government do to facilitate this pace of change required?
Okay, who would like to provide? Andrew?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can I just say I probably have to leave the call very shortly because of some of the problems we have today in the county because of the flooding. I need to join a call with emergency services.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine, Andrew. We've only got a few minutes left anyway. Yes, please carry on.
Could I just on terms of climate change and some of the things we're looking as local authorities, again, it comes at a significant cost for us to transition most of our fleet over to electric vehicles. Is something I think most, if not all, local authorities have commissioned reports and have committed to doing part of their fleet. So my own in Rhondda Cynon Taf, we're going to commission about 300 or 350 actually vehicles, the smaller vans and lightweight vehicles to electric. We're probably not going to be doing the heavy goods, the highways vehicles and the refuse vehicles, where we trial electric ones in our county. Unfortunately, because of the hills in lots of areas, they just didn't work for us. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough power and they went flat before they could complete their days. But longer term, we may look to do hydrogen and work with the public sector transport or hydrogen support for bus services and our larger vehicles. But we have to appreciate this comes at a considerable cost because electric vehicles are tens of £1,000s more expensive. So if you change a 3.5 ton cleansing pickup or highways pickup or to electric vehicle, they can be £20,000 to £25,000 more expensive. And of course, then we need to make sure that we can charge them. And unfortunately, some locations in the valleys, and I know it's the same in other local authority areas, there isn't actually the power in the grid in our locality. So even though we can put chargers in, we can't in some cases charge a full fleet of vehicles because it just isn't the grid capacity. So there's lots of things to take into account, not just the cost, but the practicality of some of the net zero things we want to take forward.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrew. Okay, Carolyn?
Thank you. Thanks very much for attending, Andrew. I know how busy you are.
Yes.
Anthony, did you want to come in on that?
Anthony?
Yeah, just if I can, it's certainly a necessary challenge, and it's a vital one that we're up for helping Welsh Government meet and helping, our nation meet at the end of the day. But there are inevitable costs in the short term, even if there are sometimes savings in the longer term. An example is school projects, new schools. Of course, we'd hope to make a revenue saving if those are net zero schools, because we'd look to be, in the longer term, paying less for the heating and lighting costs of those schools. But in the short term, there is a large construction cost to building them to those standards. Vehicles, as Andrew said, again, hopefully there'll be a long-term revenue cost in terms of fuel and maintenance. In the short term, the vehicles are a lot more expensive. In terms of infrastructure, Andrew mentioned the challenges in many of our authority areas. There's also a challenge about skills availability. If we're looking to design more active transport routes, for example, that requires a level of engineering expertise in many cases that we're struggling to find. So all of those are challenges, but that doesn't make it any less necessary. But there are certainly costs attached to it in an environment, as you've heard this morning, of significant pressures.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Carolyn. Okay, well, let me just thank all our witnesses for this first evidence session today, for joining us to answer our questions and state views and concerns. Thank you very much, Andrew, who's had to depart a moment or two ago, Llynos, Christina, Anthony and Chris. And just to say that you will be sent a transcript to check for factual accuracy in the usual way. Diolch yn fawr. Hwyl fawr. Okay, the next item then on the committee's agenda today is item 3, which is a motion under Standing Order 17.42 to resolve to exclude the public from items 4, 7 and 8 of this meeting. Is committee content to do so? I see that you are. Thank you very much. We will move into private session. Okay, item 5 on our agenda then is scrutiny of the Welsh Government's draft budget for 2023 to 24, and our second evidence session with the Minister for Finance and Local Government, Rebecca Evans, who is accompanied by Emma Smith, Head of Local Government Finance Policy with Welsh Government, and Reg Kilpatrick, Director General, COVID Recovery and Local Government. So welcome to you all. Thanks for coming along to give evidence to the committee this morning. Perhaps I might begin with some general questions, Minister. And firstly, could you outline how the local government settlement reflects Welsh Government's priorities for the sector as set out in the programme for government?
Yes, certainly. I think the first thing to reflect on, really, and just to remind colleagues, is that this settlement builds on that which was provided in previous years. So it was last year when we undertook our 3-year spending review, and this budget for next year now builds on that 3-year spending review. So lots of those decisions were taken in the last financial year, and that was a year again where we prioritised public services and in particular sought to give local government the best possible settlement. But in terms of the programme for government commitments, when you look explicitly at those which I'm responsible for within my finance and local government portfolio, they do relate really to the changes in the governance, the administrative burdens, the procurement processes and performance frameworks, alongside, of course, the important work that we're doing on council tax reform. So those are the things that I'm responsible for within the portfolio in the programme for government. And as you can appreciate, many of those either have specific funding attached to them, or they are areas where the main call really is on staff time as a resource. So I'm quite confident that we're able to continue to progress those important policy areas within the settlement that we've provided. It really is about partnership working, those kind of things that I'm driving forward. So looking at how we reduce the administrative burden on local authorities, for example, that's about a piece of work that we're doing with local authorities, scoping out what they understand the most significant administrative burdens to be, and then working with my colleagues who have responsibility for particular grant areas, for example, to seek to reduce those burdens as far as we possibly can.
Yep. In terms of that partnership work, Minister, I think we're all familiar with the progress really made during the pandemic, when there were very regular meetings between Welsh Government ministers and lots of key partner organisations, and obviously local government is absolutely a crucial partner. How would you characterise the current situation in terms of those meetings? Has that sort of pattern been sustained?
I would say that our relationships are extremely strong with local government, and we do meet very frequently. So during the pandemic, those meetings were taking place on a daily basis at some point, but though they were extremely regular, obviously in order to respond to the changes in the pandemic and to plan ahead and to share vital information with our partners. Over the autumn term, we obviously had another 2 really significant issues to grapple with together, one being, of course, the cost of living crisis, and then the issues relating to the war in Ukraine and how we provide people coming from Ukraine with the best possible welcome and ongoing support. So we were meeting through the autumn term on a fortnightly basis, and we had standing items on that agenda led by my colleague, the Minister for Social Justice, on Ukraine and the cost of living. But then also we took the time during those meetings to discuss other pressing issues. So, for example, the Minister for Climate Change would lead an item on housing issues, just to make sure that we had all the right partners in the room sharing the latest information, but also hearing from them in terms of shaping our policy agenda as well. So those have been really useful. Now that we're grappling on an ongoing basis with the cost of living crisis, but we're not having to take those urgent decisions in the way that we were in the autumn term. And things have settled down in terms of our support for people arriving from Ukraine. We've moved back into our more kind of normal routine of meetings. So I'll be meeting on the regular basis with leaders, and I also attend the WLJ executive meetings, every other meeting usually. So, you know, we're having those ongoing meetings on a regular basis, but not as as much as we were before.
Would you know, the way that you're meeting now, that we're in, as you say, sort of less crisis-driven relations at the moment, would nonetheless the pattern of meetings be more regular than pre-pandemic?
Yes, I would certainly say that. And the kind of meetings that I have with leaders are one type of meeting, but of course colleagues meet all the time with either leaders or with cabinet members for respective portfolios on an ongoing basis. So you'll often hear the Minister for Health and Social Services in the Chamber saying about her fortnightly, I think, meetings alongside the Deputy Minister for Social Services with their counterparts within local government to discuss issues relating to social services. So those meetings are ongoing. Then you have you know, strategic things that you want to discuss with local government. So I will have meetings with local government to discuss council tax reform, for example, to make sure that they're fully involved in understanding the work that we're doing, the work that we've commissioned, but then also able to inform the future of that work. So there are all kinds of different meetings going on an ongoing basis, both kind of urgent. So I'm sure Julie James will be speaking to local government today about the weather issues and flooding issues, but then, you know, those kind of longer term partnership working as well.
Okay. And in terms of the budget process from year to year, Minister, which you mentioned, we heard earlier from local government in Wales that a 3-year indicative budget process would be very valuable in terms of the ability to plan and so on. But obviously there will be, even if an indicative budget is set, there will be considerable fluctuation for one reason or another in either direction, I guess, in terms of more or less resource. Obviously, UK government is central to this in terms of its own budget process and how that relates to the Welsh Government's budget. What would you say about the value of a 3-year approach, if it was possible to get to that?
No, I'm always in favour of giving as much certainty as we can to all partners in terms of our budgets and the length for which we set them. This is the first time since I've been in portfolios in terms of being able to set a budget which is beyond 1 year, because of course for a number of years we were having just 1-year settlements from the UK government, and it just doesn't give us the kind of certainty that we need to be able to pass that certainty on to colleagues and to partners in local government and in health and other places as well. So absolutely, the more certainty that we have. So I hope that when we come to the end of this 3-year spending review, we will go into another spending review period, which will be a multi-year period as well. And I think just an aside, really, that was one of the real benefits in terms of the membership of the European Union, because of course we had long multi-year settlements there, which did allow for planning, which is obviously important in terms of getting value for money, but also certainty for services and being able to take that longer look.
Okay, thank you for that, Minister. In terms of inequalities and the context of the cost of living crisis, could you tell the committee how budget allocations for local government have been determined in terms of the potential impact on inequalities in that cost of living crisis context, and how outcomes will be measured?
I think there are two sides to this. First, in relation to the RSG itself, and then in relation to specific grants. And I think that there are different issues in both of those. First thing to say really is that obviously local government plays an important role in driving forward the equalities agenda, because so many of the services which they provide do support those people who are most vulnerable, who have one or more protected characteristics. So I think that prioritising public services in itself is a thing which helps drive forward equality. And then I would also point to the distributional analysis of the budget, which we provided last year. And we did that as part of our 3-year spending review. Again, that was something new. It was the first time that we'd done a piece of work like that. I think we were supported by Cardiff University in preparing that. We haven't updated it for this budget because this budget builds on the 3-year spending review, and lots of the things which underpin our assessment of equality haven't changed within that 12-month period, so it still remains valid. And it did show that our Welsh Government budget overall was a progressive one in terms of the distribution. So I think that that overall focus that we have on local government in itself is important. When it comes to the RSG, it is really important that we recognise the role of the existing mechanisms. So the role that councillors have to play in terms of scrutinising their own local authorities, and they'll be really keen to understand the equality impacts of the decisions that those councils have taken. So that's really important. And of course, they're also held to account through their electorate as well. And I think that just respecting that autonomy of local government in that sense is really important. But then, of course, we also have the specific grants, and there'll be particular ways in which individual ministers will be assessing the impact of those grants. An example, I think, would be the housing support grant. So there's been independent research published by Cymru and Cardiff Metropolitan University into the social and financial impact of the housing support grant. And that really did show that for every £1 that we're spending for the housing support grant, the net saving to public services in Wales is £1.40. So I think that shows, that really is something which demonstrates value for money, of course, but in itself is a scheme which supports the most vulnerable as well. So I think there are lots of things that individual ministers will do when they look at their individual grants to try and drive forward those equality issues. And then finally, I just point to our budget improvement plan as well. So that's informed by our new budget equalities group, which helps us make sure that we have the processes in place really in terms of the budget to be considering the equality impacts of the things that we do right across the budget, not specifically in local government.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Moving on to a particular grant then, the Gypsy and Traveller Sites Capital Grant. As you know, Minister, the committee has recently completed a report on the situation with Gypsy, Traveller and Roma communities in Wales, and sites are an absolutely crucial part of that. And it's far from a satisfactory position. So I wonder if you could say something about, the amount of the grant, but also the use of the grant. Because we heard many times that there was very poor consultation between local government and Gypsy, Traveller Roma communities in Wales in determining, how money is spent, and as a result, it was often not well spent. And sometimes I think there's, for whatever reason, been a failure to use resource to carry out the work required. So I wonder if you could say a little bit about, the process around this, the adequacy of the level of funding and the way that use is monitored, and hopefully it's made sure that it's used effectively.
Yeah, I'll certainly do my best. That does lie within the portfolio of the Minister for Social Justice. I know that, as you say, the committee's done a quite in-depth piece of work on this particular issue. So just to clarify, in terms of my own responsibilities for local government, it's much more around the structural, democratic, financial and constitutional reform of local government. It's about local government finance in terms of the reform of of council tax and non-domestic rates, for example, and then around local government performance, governance, constitutional matters, scrutiny arrangements, diversity and democracy. Of course, we had a really good discussion on that in the chamber this week. So the individual grants and the issue of gypsy and traveller sites does lie with the Minister for Social Justice. But I do know that the budget is for refurbishing existing accommodation, constructing new pitches and improving the sustainability of sites. So the proposed budget for this financial year is 3.19 million. That is lower than in previous years, but as I understand it, that amount is deemed to be sufficient to meet the proposals that have been received and the commitments which have been made. Since April 2021, there have been 93 pitches which have been improved in terms of access to utilities. There are 5 new pitches which have been constructed, and 88 pitches have been improved or refurbished to improve site safety. But I know from the work that committee's done that there have been concerns about the level of engagement with the communities themselves to explore whether what's being provided is actually what the communities themselves would like to see provided. But I suppose just from a finance perspective, is the funding provided sufficient to meet the proposals that we have received? Then yes, we believe that it is. But I think that the Minister for Social Justice would acknowledge that there's definitely more work to be doing in terms of engaging with the community themselves to understand what it is the community would like to see provided.
I see. And as with all other grants, Minister, I'm sure you'll be keeping a weather eye on what happens from here on in terms of the Welsh Government's response to the committee's report and the need for adequate resource to fulfil the response that's been made.
Indeed, and I have regular bilateral meetings with all ministerial colleagues to discuss exactly these kind of issues in terms of, is the funding provided sufficient? If there are underspends emerging, then I need to understand the reason for that. So this particular budget line has underspent in recent years, and that's because there haven't been sufficient numbers of projects coming forward. So those are the things that I need to understand to help ensure that we are delivering value for money.
Okay, thanks for that. One further question from me before we move on to other committee members, and that is the situation regarding people fleeing the war in Ukraine, Minister, and coming here to Wales. There's an allocation of £40 million, isn't there, for the next financial year, and 20 million for 2024 to 25 to local authorities. Could you just tell the committee how confident you are that that will be sufficient and what flexibility there might be given that it's a rapidly changing situation?
So, according to our original assessment of the money required to continue to deliver our Homes for Ukraine super sponsor scheme in 23-24 and 24-25, the funding which we allocated was sufficient. However, you'll have seen the letter from the Minister for Social Justice, or the written statement, I should say, on the 14th of December, which sets out that the UK Government is not going to be providing Year 2 funding for the Homes for Ukraine visa holders. Now, obviously, that's extremely disappointing. There's also no clarity about any Year 3 tariff or alternative fund to continue to support people coming from Ukraine also. So that obviously is of concern. We are seeing the overall costs of supporting people coming from Ukraine declining. We are able, when people arrive from Ukraine, to support them to access benefits. I know lots of people from Ukraine are now in work and so on. So we are seeing people become more settled, and as they become more settled, the costs to the government decrease over time. So we'll have to keep a very close eye on the spend which is required for supporting people from Ukraine. But overall, there's no more room within the budget for further allocations within the next financial year. So we've taken the step in the next financial year to manage in-year pressures from within the Wales Reserve rather than holding an unallocated DEL, which we've done in previous years. So that does mean that we've absolutely stretched the budget to the limit, alongside over-programming on the capital side by £100 million. So this isn't going to be a budget where we're able to look to reserves, for example, to find additional funding. It will be about redirecting funding within existing budgets and also, meeting those pressures within existing MEGs. So I think that what we allocated was sufficient at the time. As you say, the situation is so rapidly changing, and the projections of the number of people who will be arriving changes over time as well. So we'll have to just keep a really close eye on it to make sure that we are able to continue to offer the good welcome and high level of support that we provide.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister. Sam Rowlands.
Yeah, good morning, Minister. Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your time, Minister, and the time of your officials joining us today. Just a quick question off the bat. Just wondering how satisfied you are with the provisional settlement that you've been able to indicate to councils.
To provide the best possible settlement to councils, and I hope that they've recognised that. And I do also want to say that it still is the case that they will have to take really difficult decisions in order to manage the budget, because the additional funding which we did receive from the UK government, it doesn't meet the pressures of inflation. And even though we were able to provide councils with at least the funding that we received in terms of consequential funding on both the education side and the social care side, there are still going to be gaps which they're going to have to address, and that will make for difficult decisions. I know you've heard very much of that already from leaders this morning. But overall, I think we've done the best possible job that we could have done in the circumstances. And obviously, it builds on a good settlement last year and in the previous years before that as well.
Thanks. And you mentioned those gaps that local authorities can have to face up to. Do you have any particular concerns within those gaps? Is there any that jumps out to you that would really concern you?
I think social care would probably be one of the greatest pressures that local government faces, and it's an ever-increasing pressure. So I think that will be one of the areas where we'll be continuing, I know, to have those regular meetings with local government, both in terms of adult social care and children's social care. But if I had to choose one area which I think probably causes leaders and ministers most concern within the local government space, it would be social care.
Thanks. And so on that point, I wouldn't disagree with you. There's obviously opportunity from a preventative point of view that local authorities work that they can do in terms of preventing the need for that social care intervention. But then further down the line, we all understand the interventions or the mitigations that can be put in place to prevent the need for the health service to have to intervene in the future as well. I just wonder how, from a finance point of view, what kind of consideration do you give to the preventative agenda, as it were, and the role that local authorities can play in preventing the call on the public purse in the future? So when you look at those settlements, provisional settlements for councils, how much of the preventative agenda is in your thinking?
Preventative agenda has been in our thinking right across government as part of our budget setting process now for a number of years. It's certainly something that we, one of the lenses through which we consider our budget allocations. And local government is involved in a huge range of preventative services. So the work that it does in terms of leisure, for example, the just great work that libraries do in terms of being able to link people up to the services that they need. And just thinking locally, we've got, and I'm sure it's the same in other areas, an incredible team of local area coordinators who are absolutely at the forefront of prevention, in the sense that they work directly with older people and more vulnerable people to try and ensure that they have support within the community, and self-sustaining support as well in many cases, so that there's less of a call on statutory services and other services in due course. But I will ask Reg as well to come in on this point.
Thank you, Minister. Just to add, I think as the Minister says, the RSG itself is unhypothecated and is down to local determination and budget setting to aim at particular priorities. I would say in a wider sense, across Welsh Government, many of our policies and programmes are actually aimed at prevention. The Minister's mentioned one. I mean, some of the work we do on drugs and alcohol, again, and some of the education programmes are all aimed at prevention. Those are delivered through a different set of financial arrangements, sometimes through specific grants potentially, but they will actually be delivered by partnership and collaborative working on particular policy initiatives with our colleagues in health or social care or education directly with local government. And I think I can say with a very high degree of confidence that my local government colleagues are also acutely aware of the power of prevention, and in terms of setting their own strategic plans, their own transformation, and some of their own sort of shorter term budgets, this figures very highly in the work that they're doing.
And if I just make a bit further, Chair, on that point, because it all sounds very good. I guess that the risk at the moment is that there's so much focus on firefighting, on the immediate pressures around inflation, around pay rises that are being demanded as well. That is a risk, I suppose, that people's eyes can take off the ball in terms of the preventative agenda, and they're probably the first things that go when it comes to trying to find savings. So I just wonder if you have processes or systems in place which ensure that those preventative measures are not always the first to go, and systems and processes that satisfies you that actually that preventative agenda is being seriously looked at, and especially the relationship between health service and local authorities isn't just people in a room talking, but actually transfers of money when it's appropriate to reduce the impact on health budgets in the future by supporting a preventative agenda.
Yeah, I think those are really good points. Certainly on the social care issue, which the Minister has already mentioned, there is a great deal of work that goes on between local government and the health service through the regional partnership boards, and those boards have funding and can use that funding in a way that will address their local preventative needs, as well as the very short-term priorities which you rightly recognise. In terms of processes, we don't have processes, but what we do have is this ongoing policy dialogue about prevention, which happens throughout the Welsh Government and throughout the range of policy issues that we're dealing with. So in that sense, it is part of the approach that we have as a government to local government. We know, as I say, local government are also very clearly committed to this agenda, but ultimately, as you say, there are real tensions between how do local authorities and councillors and my colleagues in the organisations get through some of these really acute short-term pressures without taking their eye off that sort of transformational and preventative ball. And that is a balance that I think only they can make locally in response to the pressures and priorities on each authority.
And I think you've heard some of that again this morning from leaders in terms of that tension about the firefighting, the constant series of crises that we've had over the recent years, and responding to those, whilst also trying to lay that preventative foundation as well to try and support people and reduce pressures on services in future years. If I had to point to a really good example of joint working, we've got the integrated care fund, which I think is really important in terms of trying to ensure that smoother process between health and social care. And I know that my colleague, the Health Minister, will want to talk more to her committee about that. But I think it is a really good example of joint working.
And can I just, on that point, Chairman, absolutely, the ICF is a great example of where it could or should work really well between the big beast budgets of health and those local authority social care budgets in particular. It's just, I suppose it's keeping up the momentum for that. And please hear me, even as a member of the opposition, I accept the challenge that you're having to deal with this. And it's not easy, but I think it's probably one of the biggest opportunities in terms of the sustainability of these budgets. Perhaps one more quick question, Chairman, on linked to this, because I know historically there were specific spend to save financial initiatives, as it were, that Welsh Government supported local authorities with. Is that something you're continuing to look at? Or is that something you've considered rejuvenating, especially in respect of local authority estates and assets, especially with a significant move towards hybrid working at an officer or official level? Is there an opportunity there for local authorities to tap into a spend to save type fund?
Yes, so we do have the Invest to Save fund, which in recent years has been repurposed with a particular focus on care leavers and those at the edge of care. So that's a really important fund, and there are some great projects which are being supported through that. And then also we have Senedd Cymru, which is the body which takes that kind of role of making sure that there is good joint working, of sharing of good practice within estate management across the whole of the public sector. We've recently had our Senedd Cymru annual awards, and I think that if you have a look at some of the projects which were awarded through that, right across the whole of Wales, where health boards, where local authorities and others, police for example, have come together and collaborated to make sure that we're making the best use of our estates. That's really important. We do have funding in the budget in the next financial year to continue with some of those projects as well. Also that has a specific strong focus on decarbonisation and on, I want to see biodiversity, for example, also driven forward through the Senedd Cymru work. So that's really important. We've got a Senedd Cymru board which leads that work as well, and they are injecting some real enthusiasm into this agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Sam. Caroline Thomas.
Just want to ask some questions regarding capital funding and borrowing. So, on your thoughts on whether the allocation of £180 million in general capital funding provides sufficient capital? Earlier, we did hear they welcomed extra funding, but there were some concerns about there being enough to meet the commitments of Welsh Government, but also to carry on with the normal day job as well. And one of my particular interests is highways as well. So you talked about if you invest in capital, then it will help revenue later on. And I know they're struggling. So with the highway resurfacing, if you resurface a road rather than just pothole patching, and I know they've been struggling with that. So I've been looking, you said earlier that there's no extra money this year. There was last year, wasn't there, that you were able to give to councils to help them, but maybe redirecting of funding. So I know there's nothing there for highway resilience this time. There is funding for, there's a line there for active travel, which is £60 million this year, £60 million next year. But there's also another line of funding called the LTF fund. But when we look at that, increases to 40 million. But when you look at that line at the sector, it is also called active and sustainable travel. So I'm not sure if you have the detail, because, I don't know if you have that with you now. Is that maybe for bus shelters, or what is it for? But why is the two lines then for this active travel? And could that money then be repurposed then for highway resilience instead? I know they were saying that with delivering some of these schemes, which are quite detailed, they haven't got the officers in place. They're really struggling, and so they have to go out sometimes to consultants and agencies, which could be 3 times the cost as well. So that has that impact too. So I was wondering if you could respond to that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So capital funding is a particular area of concern for me. So yeah, I know that leaders are also concerned about the level of capital funding that we have. The capital funding over the 3-year spending review period falls by 11%, and that was even starting from what an insufficient base in the first place. So it's a real area of concern. There was no additional funding, capital funding, in the autumn statement. Of course, we've got the spring statement, so maybe looking ahead to future years, there might be an indication in the spring statement of increased capital, because that's exactly the kind of money that we need to recover from the pandemic in terms of being able to invest in infrastructure, creating jobs and so on. So that is a concern. There's no real change to our capital plans as a result of this budget, partly because there was no additional funding to allocate in any case, but also because we undertook a zero-based review of our capital plans at the spending review. That's the first time that we've ever done that. We were the only part of the UK to do it, but what you did see as a result of that was a refocusing really of our capital investment towards those things which help deliver on our climate ambitions and take us further towards or further down that road to net zero. So I think that's all been really important, and that, I think you see really the fact that the climate change MEG has around half of our capital funding within it. I think that's been really important. I will ask the Deputy Minister for Climate Change to provide the specific details that you're after in terms of the programme plans within those 2 particular budget lines. But I think that you probably will see within that the Active Travel Fund, but also, I'm assuming, the Safe Routes to Schools Fund, the Safe Communities Fund, and perhaps others as well. But I will ask him to provide you with the detail on that, because... oh, here we are. We've got a response already.
Detail of the splits, but the Resilient Roads Funds, when you look at the grant tables, the Resilient Road Fund budget is part of that local transport fund, so you can see the transport fund going up from 15 million to 23 million. I believe the proposals for the Resilient Road Funds are due in at the beginning of February, so they'll be looking through those to see and what's coming in through that, to then decide which bit of the budget gets allocated against that. So that's why that's got a TBC on there. The budgets are linked up.
Okay, so it would be good if I could just make a bid for it now, because in my column it does say active and sustainable travel next to it. So it would be nice to make that bid in for the Road Resilience Fund, because it's the cyclists and pedestrians that are impacted more by potholes as opposed to cars, and you can't put designated cycle routes everywhere. And heavy rain today, block culverts, it washes away the surface of the road, and it's going to get worse as well. So if we don't do more work on that regarding resilience, so that's great. And again, there was concern raised earlier about the increased costs now of doing these capital projects, which I'm sure you're aware of now. Procurement's increasing rapidly, isn't it, as well? So which is raised regarding the capital projects. So
I have really frequent reports from our commercial procurement team, and that talks through the increased costs on a whole range of things which are important to the public sector, and I think that what we've heard this morning is definitely borne out in those reports that I get as well. So in terms of what we deliver through this 3-year budget period, and next year as part of that, I think that inevitably, because of inflation, we'll be delivering less, or we'll have to deliver some things over a longer period. When you look at the cost of new schools, for example, we can't deliver the same number of schools as we would have previously, just because of the cost. But I know that that's only part of the challenge. You've talked about workforce and availability of people to undertake the work. There are supply issues which are ongoing. So I think there are lots of challenges on the capital side beyond the quantum of the funding available as well.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, John.
Minister, could you say anything perhaps about the funds which would enable Welsh Government to meet its commitment to prioritise the most vulnerable and public services while continuing to create a stronger, fairer and greener Wales? Do you believe the extent of local authority capital settlement for these coming 2 years is sufficient?
I think, again, you know, we would always want to be able to provide a greater general capital settlement to give local authorities the flexibility they want, but we'd also want to be investing, you know, more in the housing agenda and so on. But, you know, if in the absence of those additional funds, we're not able to. We do have the mutual investment model, for example, which is helping us invest in schools, and it's helping us with the completion of the A465 work as well. But beyond that, we're also looking at, you know, are there other innovative funding models that we can operate? You know, can we work with local government to further support borrowing in that space? So we're trying to be as creative as we can in terms of our capital plans. We do have some important specific grants, though, which are being provided to local authorities, so £1.3 billion worth in the next financial year. 267 million we're providing for sustainable communities for learning, 58 million for social housing, 60 million for active travel. And I think that all of those things really help to you know, support us on our journey to, as you say, that fairer, greener and more equal Wales.
Okay, Minister. Thank you for that. Joel James.
Thank you, Chair. And I've got to apologise before having a few technical issues. If I start to turn green, as in the screen, I'll have to take the camera off. But thanks ever so much for attending today's evidence session, Minister. There's just a couple of questions I wanted to ask about the council tax reduction scheme. Namely, well, to start off, really, over the past 10 years, the amount given to local authorities has basically remained the same. I think it's about 244 million, but the latest estimates, local authorities are spending about 287 million on distributing this scheme. But also, as we've heard from evidence sessions, there's far more that need it that haven't actually been applying for it. And I just wanted to know your thoughts on this. What sort of interactions have you been having with local authorities about this, and is that a sustainable level going forward?
I think the £244 million is obviously a significant investment in supporting some of our worst off households in terms of paying or being supported in terms of you know, either having a full reduction to their council tax or partial. That's absolutely a significant investment, an important thing that we're committed to. But I would say also that it's a shared commitment between local government and Welsh Government, and some of the decisions that we've taken since this was devolved to us have actually helped local government very much, because we've taken a very different approach. So in Wales we have a national scheme, whereas across the border authorities have to have you know, develop their own individual schemes. That inevitably costs a lot more to administer. So we've reduced you know, a lot of that administrative burden on local authorities, and obviously the cost that goes alongside that. And I think that it shows that, you know, in our relatively high collection rates, in Wales, we've managed to sustain those high collection rates of council tax, and that is because our system is simple and fair. What I'd also say is that the number of people who've been claiming that generally since it was devolved to us has been falling. Now, we did see the figures start to come up during the course of the pandemic, but that general reduction now is continuing. We think that's for a number of reasons. Firstly, being the increase in the state retirement age, so obviously that changes some people's eligibility for the scheme, and then also the impact of the changes to universal credit. That means people aren't automatically entitled to this. It's something that they have to apply for. And we know that there are lots of people who still are entitled to it and not claiming it. So that's why our Green Pig campaign is so important in terms of being able to try and impress upon people the importance of applying for the scheme. Lots of people think that you have to be out of work. That's not the case. You can be in work and you can still access the scheme. So yeah, we continue to try and promote that scheme to people.
Thank you, Minister. John?
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Chair. If I could actually just come back then with you mentioned there about local authorities have quite effective collection rates. And as you know, during the pandemic, extra money was given to local authorities and able to help them with their council tax collection. Obviously, this fund isn't available anymore. And I just wanted to get some idea of the discussions you've been having with local authorities about that and the impact that it will have on the effectiveness of council tax collection rates, and whether or not they'll have any impact then on sort of like, sort of like cost of living, as they say. Thank you.
Our collection rates in Wales have generally been very high, around 97%, which is a high figure. But it is the case, as you say, that during the pandemic, it was an exceptional year and collection rates were affected by that, falling to 95.7% on average. Rates climbed again after that particular year, so we're not seeing those lower rates again. The reason why we were able to support local authorities in that way during the pandemic was really because we recognised it was a very different circumstance. We recognised that lots of the teams who were normally involved in council tax collection had had their work diverted to, for example, distributing our Welsh Government grants to businesses and so on. So, we were putting pressure on local authorities to undertake that kind of work, whilst, thinking it was only fair then that we were able to provide a contribution to the lost council tax. What I would say again is that we were able to do that because of the way that we managed our funds here in Wales. So, we didn't have those very expensive TTP contracts. We worked with the public sector to ensure that that was delivered in that space on a basis of value for money, and where we were providing contracts which, respected the workers involved. So because we took that different approach, we were able to do different things and additional things here in Wales, which weren't available across the border, including providing authorities with some compensation for the loss of council tax.
Okay, Joe. Thank you very much. Mabon.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. Os ga I fynd i un pwynt ar chi sôn ar y cychwyn, ar chi weinidog sôn yn eich cyflwyniad am yr Housing Support Grant?
O, un funud, os gwelwch yna.
Gweithio rwan? Ie.
We'll just swap.
Ni wirio bod offer technegol yn gweithio.
Great, diolch.
Diolch. Ar eich chi sôn ar y cychwyn am grant cefnogi cartrefi, Housing Support Grant, a sut oedd o'n dod a bydd arbedion ariannol a'i werth o yn gyllidol. Allwch chi jyst ymhelaethu chydig ar hynny, os gwelwch yna, i gychwyn?
I'll do my best, but again, this is something which I think that the Minister of Housing probably do more justice to when she gives evidence to you in due course. But yeah, it was my understanding that, just bear with me, I will find my notes on this particular point, because as I say, it's not something I'm as familiar with as other things. So, the work done by Senedd Cymru and Cardiff Metropolitan University estimated the grant generates a gross annual saving to public services of £300.4 million, or a net annual saving of £176.7 million, when taking into account the annual HSG spend. That was at July 2019, so the latest figures that they had when undertaking that work. And as I said, that represents an estimated net saving to public services in Wales of £140 for every £1 of funding for the housing support grant. Every £1 of housing support grant funding generates an estimated net saving of £5.20 for mental health services.
Felly mae yna werth cyllidol i'r Llywodraeth yn y grant yma. Mae yna werth o ran lles iechyd sydd i'r grant a mae yna yn amlwg werth cymdeithasol iddo fo. Yn narratif cyllideb drafft ar eich chi gyflwyno ar ddiwedd flwyddyn diwetha, mae'n sôn yno fo am effaith tal isel a chostau byw a'r staff rhengflaen gweithlu digartrefedd. Enghraifft, mae'n sôn bod 44% o'r gweithlu yn cael trafferth talu biliau, mae 11% o'r gweithlu yna yn methu talu rhent. Ond eto mae'r setliad fflat ydych chi wedi rhoi ar gyfer y Housing Support Grant yn golygu fod na doriad mewn gwirionedd yn termau go iawn am fod, fydd yn effeithio ar y staff yna, yn golygu fyddwn ni wrach yn gweld fwy o'r staff yna yn gadael y sector, oherwydd nad oes setliad gwell wedi do fewn, fydd yn effeithio wedyn ar y ddarpariaeth digartrefedd. Dych chi'n meddwl felly, ydych chi'n hyderus fod setliad ydych chi'n rhoi i'r Housing Support Grant yn mynd i fod yn ddigonol mwyn y Llywodraeth gyrraedd i targedau digartrefedd?
Chair, if I may, I'll ask the Minister for Climate Change to write to the committee to provide a more detailed response to that issue. I know that she would have had discussions with the housing sector about the housing support grant and so on, unless it read just something you wanted to...
No, I think that those decisions would have been made by the Housing Minister in her portfolio, and it's right that she responds.
Just y mwyn ymhelaethu, dwi'n dall bod chi'n dweud fod yr gweinidog amgylchedd yn mynd i fod yn ymateb. Ydych chi'n hyderus fel deilydd portffolio'r cyllid fod hwn yn setliad teg?
Well, I think it's the best settlement that we could have provided in the circumstances. Obviously, we would have wanted to provide additional funding and increased funding across a whole range of services. But, you know, given the settlement that we had, it wasn't possible to, you know, to go any further than we already have. In terms of the, you know, the information which the Housing Minister took and the discussions that she had when formulating her budget proposals, I probably should leave it to her to discuss in more detail, I'm afraid, with the committee.
Os ga i edrych ychydig ar gweithlu gofal cymdeithasol, fedrwch chi ymhelaethu jyst ychydig ar eich meddwl chi tu ôl y setliad o ran rhoi cyflog byw go iawn a effaith hynny'n mynd i fod ar y sector a'r gweithlu yna, sgwrch yna?
Yes, obviously it was a manifesto commitment to introduce the real living wage over the course of this Senedd term, in fact. But bearing in mind the you know, significant pressures within the social care sector, we were able to introduce that in this financial year. And obviously, the cost of living has meant that the value of the real living wage is going to be. There's pressure on what's available in this year. So obviously the Living Wage Commission, the Low Wage Commission, excuse me, has indicated that it should be significantly increased for next year. So we were able to provide that additional funding of £70 million to address that. Is it going to be sufficient? Well, I think that hopefully it will have an impact on retention and recruitment into the sector, but we know that pay is only part of the picture for social care. The Deputy Minister for Social Services is doing work in terms of the kudos of the sector, making sure that people have appropriate learning and development opportunities, if that's something which they want to pursue within their career and so on. So I think that the real living wage is important, but it's not, you know, the solution, and it's only part of the picture, I think.
Diolch. Mae'r darn ola'r eich ateb chi'n yn ddifyr oherwydd mae'r dystiolaeth ar i ni gael bore yma gan Llywodraeth Leol yn dweud yn eitha clir nad ydy o'n mynd i fod yn ddigonol mwyn lleihau y risg mae'r sector yna yn wynebu. Felly, ydych chi'n, eto mynd nôl i gwestiwn blaenorol, ydych chi'n hyderus fod y setliad yma yn mynd i fynd i'r afel a'r problemau yn y sector gofal cymdeithasol? Dych chi'n hyderus fod o'n ddigonol neu beth fwy fedrwch chi'n wneud o ran yr envelop sydd gennych chi cyllidol mwyn lliniaru ar y problemau yn y sector yna?
So, as I say, I think funding is only part of the picture in the social care sector. I think that there are many complex things happening within social care and many reasons why people decide to go into social care as a career, but then also a whole range of reasons why people leave. What we can do is make sure that people are fairly remunerated for the work that they do, and I think that the real living wage is important in that space. But is it going to solve all of the issues? No, it certainly won't, because there's ever-increasing pressure on the sector. People are finding work in the sector, very stressful. It's a very stressful and pressured and very responsible role. And it's not going to be for everyone. So we need to try and find ways to support people who are working in that sector in ways beyond just financial support, I think. So, is it an important part of the offer? Yes, but it's not going to solve everything. And I think that, the work that's going on, again, around the kudos, the training, the support, looking at those other things, the other costs that people in that sector face in terms of often their uniform costs of, going to different going to see different clients and so on. All of those things need to be looked at. And I know lots of work is going on, but again, I'm afraid that's outside of my portfolio. But I know the Health Minister and Deputy Minister are very active in this space. And again, it's things that they'll be talking to local government about in those fortnightly meetings that they have.
Un cwestiwn terfynol ar hynny, os gai, oedd fy chwaer yn arfer gweithio yn y sector, yn arfer gweithio mewn cartre gofal, y flynyddoedd yn ôl, ag o siarad efo hybrid hynny, ond sicr yn siarad efo gweithwyr yn y sector yna heddiw, a pobl sydd ddim yn allan i'r gymuned i weithio a gofalu am yn hanwyliad ni, pobl mwyaf bregus yn y cymdeithas ni, pobl sydd wedi cyfrannu trwy hoes i gymdeithas, a da ni'n gofyn ar bobl i fynd i edrych ar eu hôl nhw, i'w codi nhw fyny o'r llawr na mal, i'w helpu llnau nhw, i'w falu amdani nhw, i sicrhau bod nhw'n cael y gofal ar bwyd a mynd allan i gymdeithasu. Fel ydych chi'n dweud, mae o'n ofyn mawr iawn ac yn dasg anferthol, da ni'n rhoi'n hanwyliad ni i'w gofal nhw. Ydych chi'n meddwl bod y cyflog byw go iawn yn ddigon i'r bobl na sy'n gwneud y gwaith arbennig o bwysig yna, yn tai addol yn mewn gwirionedd cael mwy ac addol setliad yma felly adlewyrchu hynny?
I think, we would always want to pay people more. I mean, I know there are lots of difficult discussions going on across a whole range of public sector services at the moment in that space, but at the end of the day, we can only pay what's available within the envelope that we have. So I think this is the best that we could offer within the resources available to us, but obviously we would want to do more.
Iawn, Mabon. Diolch yn fawr. Jane Bryant.
Diolch, Cadeirydd, and good morning, Minister. You mentioned in one of your answers about the work that's been going on to move us closer to net zero targets. Perhaps you could expand on the capital and revenue allocations made to support decarbonisation, and also in evidence from the WLGA, they've told us that at a time of significant financial pressure, it's going to be challenging for councils to do the right thing as opposed to choosing the most affordable option. Do you accept that local authorities might not be able to make the changes required at the pace required to meet those net zero targets, despite that additional capital funding?
Well, I'll make a start and then I'll ask Reg to come in on this one as well. But just to recognise from the outset, really, that meeting net zero within the public sector by 2030 will be very challenging. But there is a huge amount of excellent work which is already underway across local government. One thing I would point to is the Local Government Climate Strategy Panel. That was established in November 2020, and even through the pandemic, they were doing great work to accelerate change within the local government sector, providing really good leadership and then also promoting greater collaboration within the climate change space as well. And I think that you could argue as well that doing the right thing can also be the affordable option. So both the public sector route map to net zero by 2030 and a net zero Wales make it really clear that the requirement for organisations by 2023 to develop their planning upon which they can better assess the planning implications of decarbonising will be important, because that really makes sure that they have that kind of strategic look at this. And of course there's a cost to inaction as well, because we know we only have to think about flooding and so on for the cost of that kind of inaction. But then also we talked about prevention earlier, the preventative nature of active travel, for example, both in terms of health and well-being, but also in terms of pollution. So I think that doing the right thing and the climate conscious thing can also be an affordable thing to do in the short term and the longer term as well. But I'll ask Reg to comment on this a bit more.
Thank you, Minister. I think we've all got to accept that the meeting net zero is going to be challenging for Welsh Government, as well as us personally, as well as local government. It is a really significant issue. But from my contact across local authorities particularly, there is an enormous amount of energy and commitment to this agenda. And I know that we are going through very difficult circumstances at the moment, but actually some of those authorities are using the idea that moving towards net zero will be a cost-saving activity as a means of helping to manage some of at least the future financial pressures. I mean, the other point to make on this agenda, I think, is the commitment across local government and with Welsh Government to work at a national level on some really significant issues. So Senedd Cymru are working with local authorities to look at how to decarbonise the estate, and there's some money in the budget which can be used towards doing that. But actually there's no point in 22, including us, 23 organisations doing that individually. We have to work together, and through that local government climate change panel, that's exactly what we're doing. Another part of my area is trying to deal with One Welsh Public Service, and so that as a theme of us all working together runs through some of these really critical projects. Another good example is about electrifying fleet, where clearly that is a really important thing to do, but actually the power of the public sector to procure at a national level is much greater and much cheaper, not just in terms of the procurement process itself, but also the vehicles or the products that are being procured, than any sort of single organisation could undertake on its own. And as well as that, we can bring to bear a huge range of expertise and commitment, which varies across authorities, but put together, we have a very powerful mechanism. So those are two examples. There are others, and I'd be very happy if we were writing back to the committee to provide some examples of that. But I think you're absolutely right. It is a real challenge. I think the point does relate to an earlier question about preventative agenda. The more we can do now, the more we are going to prevent the impacts of climate change in the future.
Well, thank you. That's really helpful. And if you could provide us with some more information, I'm sure Chair would be keen to have that. And just finally from me, around, do you have concerns about council's ability to fund and source contractors to provide home to school transport? You know, this is something that is a big issue for many young people and parents. And has the Welsh Government undertaken any analysis on the potential impact, perhaps on access to Welsh medium provision, for example?
Yes, so I know that there are a number of concerns relating to the availability of bus drivers and the costs of delivering those services as a result of inflation. The Minister for Deputy Minister for Climate Change and the Minister for Education are actually meeting this week. I think it was yesterday, to discuss issues in relation to school transport and the Welsh language in particular. So I'd be happy to ask them to provide committee with an update of that meeting. And also I understand as well that there's a detailed review of the Learner Travel Wales measure, which is due to take place soon. And that will also include consideration of the threshold of home to school travel and also travel support for learners who are in Welsh medium schools. So I can provide a bit of an update on some of those timescales as well.
Thank you, Minister. Diolch yn fawr. Diolch, Cadeirydd.
Yes, certainly, Caroline.
Andrew Morgan from the leader of RCT is saying it's a daily battle sometimes just to ensure that the current learner traveller measure is delivered, ensuring that there are enough operators just to deliver it as it stands at the moment. So, you know, if you do get to feed that into the discussion that the Minister for Education and the Deputy Minister for Transport is having, you know, it's worthwhile feeding in what was said earlier.
Yeah, we'll make sure that we send them a copy of the relevant part of the transcript.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Caroline. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Joel?
Oh, thank you, Chair. And I hope you don't mind me coming back. It was just
please.
An interest. Oh, yeah, sorry. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, no, please carry on, Joel, that's fine.
Perfect. It was just a question that came up from a comment that Councillor Andrew Morgan said about trying to address our net zero and moving sort of like their commercial vehicles to electric. And he was just saying in some areas that they just don't have the grid capacity to do that because, you know, they can invest this money in having an electric fleet, but they just can't really plug it into the system, as they say. And I just wanted to know your thoughts on that and on what steps that the Welsh Government can take to help address that. Thank you.
Yeah, I know that's a point that Councillor Morgan has made to the Climate Change Minister in the past and given some examples of how the terrain sometimes can make it difficult for some of these particular vehicles. But I will ask the Minister for Climate Change to perhaps provide a more detailed response on that issue as well.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, Minister. Again, sorry about the camera up there.
No, okay, Joel. Minister, just a final question for me, returning to the preventative theme, really. We heard from local authorities earlier that they would like to do more on the preventative front, and they're concerned in terms of the financial strains of these times as to whether they'll be able to do less, and if they are, then that will then impact on statutory services such as social services, for example. And I think one prime example they give of preventative services is leisure centres and all that they bring in terms of health and well-being. And there are real concerns now because of, you know, energy costs and staff costs and the general pressures that they're under, that we may see a reduction in services, leisure services, and maybe even, you know, the closure of swimming pools and leisure centres. And given their importance generally, including in terms of those preventative aspects, I wonder if, you know, if there's any more you might say to give us a little comfort, really, that we're not going to see that, you know, that level of reduction in those preventative services.
We've been doing some work with CLES, the Centre for Local Economic Studies, which is looking at innovative models of providing local services. And, you know, we do see, particularly in the leisure space, ways in which local authorities in some places have sought to operate a social model, you know, looking to social enterprises and so on to help them in this space to potentially deliver a service which is more sustainable over the long term. So we're looking at some of those different models which exist both in Wales and beyond Wales as well, to understand what, you know, what might make for sustainable models for this in the future. But no, I absolutely understand those anxieties on the part of local government. They'll all be preparing their draft budgets at the moment and be making the same considerations as we have to make. So they'll be looking across their budgets, considering things through that preventative lens, but also through the lens of the statutory services that they have to provide. And I know that they'll be consulting with their communities as well. So I'd encourage people in communities, if these services are really valuable, well then let the local authority know. Let the local authority know what you want them to be prioritising on your behalf. Because despite the best possible settlement that we could provide, there will, I think, inevitably be some difficult choices. But local authorities are really alive, and you've heard it already today, to the importance of those preventative services and how those services will save them money in years to come as well.
Yeah, I think what they told us as well, Minister, is their difficulty is that they're constantly told by the communities they serve that the 20% of services that are non-statutory are very much valued, and perhaps valued most by local communities. But then, of course, they have their legal responsibilities in terms of the 80% that is spent on statutory services. So obviously that puts them in a very difficult position, doesn't it?
It does, but then I think that takes us into a whole different space of what do we require local authorities to do. None of those authorities would suggest that we shouldn't be requiring provision of education, which is, massive area spend, provision of social care, because those two areas, alone really do account for a massive proportion of authorities' funding. So, we'll always push for greater funding to Welsh Government, which then means we'll be able to provide a more generous settlement to local authorities in future years. But I think, authorities themselves will probably recognise that we've done, our absolute utmost to give them the best settlement that we could in the circumstances that we have.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Minister. If there is any further information you could send us in terms of looking at alternative models and whatever else might help meet those pressures in terms of the non-statutory services, that would be very very useful. Thank you.
I will do.
Okay, thank you very much, then, Minister, and your officials for coming along to give evidence to the committee this morning. You will be sent a transcript in the usual way to check for factual accuracy. Diolch yn fawr.
Great, diolch.
Okay, then item 6 on our agenda today is papers to note. We have a letter from the Llywodraeth to all members in relation to committee business, a letter from the Chair of the Public Accounts and Public Administration Committee in relation to its inquiry into public appointments, correspondence between the First Minister and the Chair of the Finance Committee in relation to the financial implications of bills, a letter from the Chair of Finance Committee to all committee chairs in relation to the Welsh Government's draft budget for the forthcoming financial year, a joint letter from Cymru Cymru and Community Housing Cymru to the Minister for Climate Change and the Minister for Finance and Local Government in relation to the Welsh Government's draft budget for 2023 to 24, a letter from the Chair of the Health and Social Care Committee to the Chairs of the Children, Young People and Education Committee, Equality and Social Justice Committee, and this committee in relation to mental health inequalities, a joint letter from the Minister for Social Justice and the Scottish Government's Minister with responsibility for refugees from Ukraine to the Secretary of State for Levelling Up Housing and Communities and the Minister for Intergovernmental Relations in relation to housing Ukrainian refugees, a letter from the Minister for Climate Change in relation to building safety, a letter from the Welsh Gladiators in relation to building safety, and finally, further information from Shelter Cymru in relation to homelessness. I think we may be returning to a number of those matters later in this meeting, but are members content to note the papers at this stage? I see that you are. Thank you very much. We will then move to private session in accordance with the earlier item.